Welcome, everybody. Alright, so next up, doing the Heroes one. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and do the cross-posting of the streams again. That seemed effective. Oh, I just need to add my YouTube to my Twitch description, honestly. That's okay. Okay, the rest of this seems fine. Cool, cool. Let's get rolling. Okay, so the team that I planned out. Double checking his tags. Cool. Was this. This feels like it should work pretty well. All right. Okay, I haven't been boosting for 9.4. I am going to boost for this. 1 second. I'm doing pretty good. Welcome. Yeah, just kind of having a chill Sunday, trying to get some stuff done. Okay. No more concussions. Or no more glancing. I mean, glancing will happen, but the damage back will not. That is the important part. You know, in hindsight, I should have made his debilitate pause during his specials, like his other stuff. I did Luke's rework, yeah. Not the original design. I wasn't working at Kabam at the time. Okay, let's go for it. Hey, Written. Stellar Forged Blade is Kabam Coop, who is actually back from a break. So in that sense, the remind you of the old days could be it, but like I honestly think that's less Coop and more just the base on an older champion, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. This should ramp us decently. Alright, let's let it fall off. That's fine, we've got indestructible here. It's annoying. Okay, I'll take it. We ramped. We nuked. I did not get lucky, no. I took Blue Marvel up with catalysts. After the Alliance Coliseum, or whatever it was that allowed you to get there if you'd made it through the banquet milestones. When Kabam releases champions like the Deathless, are there power limits for them, or is it up to the designers themselves? So, Deathless Thanos was intentionally a little on the strong side because, what's the word? He was intentionally a little bit on the strong side because he was the culmination of this big year-long chase, right? The other characters, I definitely wouldn't say it was just up to the designers. It was more that like we were intentionally trying to make them good, like worth having on your roster, but not big, huge meta swings because they would then take away from everybody else we had, right? And that wasn't the goal. All right, hit me. Hey, Jason. Welcome. Can we get some crits? Nope. Oh! All right, well, that's one revive. Hey, Magnus, welcome back. I'm not redoing that all the way back from the beginning. But man, like one more crit and he has that. Terex fight cost me 2 revives. That's not too bad either, all considered. Is yours also rank 5 Ascension 1? Because if not, then you also got to give yourself some slack for that. Prowler is a hero. It's weird. At least our iteration of Prowler is, which is kind of from the comics, kind of from the movies. He's in a weird spot in between. Don't worry about it too much. But yeah, he's a hero, so he works for this. Okay. Forgot it was buffed, Boyo here. That's fine. Throw it. I really hate the way his auto block is coded. R4 unduped. Then yeah, that definitely makes a difference. 2 revives sounds just fine. Basically none, Bob, honestly. Um, like, we do those blurbs, and if they get picked for Summoner's Choice that year, then we do stick to that, right? Because that's what people voted for. But I don't think Blue Marvel ever made it far enough to have a blurb written for him. But if he had, back in like 2019 or whatever, to be perfectly honest, there is no way in heck that I would have let that constrain me for the modern kit now in 2026, right? The game is in a completely different place. When these characters come back in later years, those blurbs no longer hold any real weight. And those blurbs are what they are, blurbs, right? Like, we write bullet points about, like, hey, this might be cool. This is like some stuff that the lore could go towards. This is some stuff that we're doing in that class that would fit. Let's write a little paragraph about it. It's like there's not a kit behind it. That would just be way too much work. Excuse me. His stupid medium. Or sorry, Prowler stupid medium, Spam stupid heavy. I know this is gonna be slow, and it is what it is. Wait, what happened to the power drain there? Oh, yeah, that's right. He does some weird stuff with the overcharge. Shouldn't it be going away now? Okay, there we go. I guess it's 2 of them. That's fine. Like, I don't mind the overcharge, but that's super helpful. Yeah, we'll get through this. Whoops. Meant to throw the special one, but this is fine. That was my fault, but of course he evaded on the very first hit that he possibly could. Why would he not? Okay, I'll take that. Got a little bit lucky there. See, there's the evade. This is gonna do nothing. This was a waste. Hey, Jason, how's it going, man? Just tells me I don't really understand how Prowler's Special 3 works. And so I'm just going to avoid it, because that was unpleasant. Bro. Peter, thank you. Whoops. Okay, let's not trigger that, shall we? Simply do a better job processing the art of the giant pie throwing special, DLL. Come on. There's a node that makes power drain less effective. Not as less effective as it was during the special 3. But I did miss that earlier, Magnus. Thank you. So I think I just misunderstood the combo between them. Ouch. Spider nonsense indeed. Come on, buddy. No, 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 no. Nonsense fell off. That helps. Not a lot, but a little. Hey, Jency. Come on, couple more. There we go. Thanks for being a member, King. I appreciate that. I think I decided I'm not really in the mood to play Magic the Gathering today, so I Should be recording some videos later today instead, with the time that I'm saving there. Missed the stream, but is collectives free to... collectives, the feature is just something that everybody gets, yes. And it will be a pretty significant boost across the board. Think it largely goes without saying in a character collector game that those that do spend are going to be further ahead, and so are probably going to have at least a few more benefits than those that don't. Because it is about how large your roster is at the end of the day. Thanks, King. I really appreciate that. Soul, your question, yes, it's energy penetration doesn't do anything against opponents who don't have energy resistance-ish. And this is, I think I'm going to try and record 2 videos today, one for the general public and one for members, and I'm going to talk about vulnerability and penetration stats in the public one, because there have been a lot of questions about this recently. Because there are 2 other complications to that ish. One is that Carolina has energy vulnerabilities, and so a lot of opponents that do have energy resistance still doesn't matter because she's stripping it away, right? But the penetration stats are decent against armor if your actual hit events are themselves that type, which is true for her. So when there are no vulnerabilities on the opponent, her just actual hits will be larger because of energy penetration. But, excuse me, you won't see it on the incinerates. Okay, throw. Okay, this won't quite get us into stable release, but I think it'll be close enough that we might be able to pause some of this regen. There we go, little bit. That was dumb. That's fine. I'm not really concerned about holding on to the overload debuffs. I would like to come out of this net positive on health, though, so getting tagged there was... Oh, come on. Okay, we got some real healing out of that. It's nice. Beautiful. Okay. Makes sense. That said, do I think energy... Nice job on that typo. Do I think Energy Pen is her best relic? I was running special damage stat focus. Yeah, special damage stat focus doesn't do much at all for Carolina because, as a reminder, special damage stat focus is very similar to prowess and only boosts the actual hits. It doesn't do anything for her incinerates. Um, I think Energy Pen is a pretty decent one for her because it lets her cut through certain opponents that have very large amounts of energy resistance, especially if something about the fight is making it difficult to stack your vulnerabilities, like unblockable specials or something. I would specifically try to go for a stat cast if you're going the Energy Pen route that has that and then also like block proficiency or armor or something along those lines, so that you're basically double dipping, right? If you're in a fight where you are having trouble getting your energy vulnerabilities, then the energy pen is going to help you out. But if you're in a fight where you can block and get the energy vulnerabilities, then you're reducing the damage you're taking while doing so, right? Kind of the best of both worlds. Okay, we are already fully ramped with him, so I could go with somebody else, but I think Overload is probably still the way to go here. We're just going to have to deal with Oscillate. Which again means special threes are our friend, because it probably just means we can't hold on to the debuffs. And that's alright. I hate the AI manipulation on Oscillate so much. Alright, let's head back to Special 3. I think we want another one of those. Going heavies here, not really to stack overloads, but simply because it gives him a lot of power for only 2 hits. Whether he does anything with that power is an open question. But that's fine. Cute, near. How's it going, man? All right. Gets into 15, gets the regen. Man, the spammers on Twitch are really so much worse than YouTube. Been blocking like once a stream. Like, hi, we noticed you don't have a lot of viewers. Would you like to purchase some? Yeah, that was my fault. Should have light attacked to close the distance. Nice. Okay, just take the healing. Take the healing. Nice. Okay, you know how Nyx bleeds are 100% more potent against chances of that regen buff? Shouldn't that mean his internal bleed deals damage to Sinister? It would if Nick was telling the truth, but this is unfortunately just one of the few places where his info page is lying in a way that hurts him as opposed to a way that helps him. Because I think I remember looking that up. Somebody asked about it, and we should get the string changed. But they're not actually 100% more potent against champs without a regen buff. They're 50% less potent against champions with a regen buff, which, thank God, because Nick doesn't need the help. But we've worked with several other streamers in MCOC. Allegedly. Alleged. Hey, well, this afternoon. Good old flux dispersal. Why did I do that? Oh, I hate I hate snap lights. Ugh. Like, this is 100% my fault. I'm letting him hit me, but I hate snap lights. Ugh, that one was dumb. Never ever risk an evade at the wall. The interaction of flux dispersal with burst damage is so dumb. That was my fault. I will never not be annoyed that they didn't just come up with another node rather than using Gauss Warp here. Like, it's just such a I, the designer, think I'm clever move. Tee-hee, you can disarm it with a shock, but there are... He's shock immune! And it's just like... Just write a node that says that the attacker doesn't have block proficiency. You know? Like, it's the same exact effect. And we're all being more honest about what's happening here. And I'm sure that the actual reason is that, like, this quest probably had a pretty tight timeline, and they just didn't want to make any new nodes, and so they used exclusively ones that already existed. Because I think all of the others are old. But, bro. Question about relics and distance-based effects. Oh, dude, I don't even... Without reading the rest of the question, I don't know. Because I was technically at the company when that decision was made. I was an entry-level associate designer and had basically no visibility into it, and I'm not particularly happy with all the ways that it works. But, okay, so you said, does it count as being close or far? It always seems as it counts being close to the opponent. It is like consistently inconsistent, is as far as I understand it. It's good sometime, certain effects seem to always count it as close, certain effects seem to always count it as far, and I don't know. We got a lot of stuff going on these days, but I would love for us to revisit it someday. I will say though, like this part doesn't really concern you, but there's also we have some new tech for distance-based effects that we've started using more. Like Paviter and Blue Marvel both use it for their within striking distance abilities, and I think it's much cleaner. And so what we probably need to do is clean up the distance abilities to all do that first, and then we can have a chat about relics. But yeah, a lot of stuff going on. I do advocate for such things, Dilly, which is why you very rarely see that kind of nonsense on new nodes. And I don't want to make that sound like it's all me. Like there are a lot of people who agree with me, right? Um, it's kind of an older design philosophy on the team. Okay, this should be fine. Like, Aspect of Evolution sucks, but Blue Marvel should actually be able to spread his wings here. Come on, buddy, throw your specials. What are you doing? He said, I am throwing specials. I'm throwing the one that you don't want me to throw. Whoops. Let's keep those withers up. I don't want to eat a special 3 today. Okay, I tried to get cute. It was not a good idea. I mean, we're rolling, but the crit resist here stinks. No. My fault. Again, should have used a light for spacing. Spam dexed a little too much. There we go. Some crits. Okay, worth it. No, I know, Dylan. Yes, Prowler is a hero, which has already been called out as weird. Was there much debate internally on how to balance the difficulty level? Oh, okay. After blitzing through 9.4. I think it's just... There wasn't really a lot of debate, honestly. I think it was more just... It was meant to be a little bit of a victory lap, right? Um... Yeah. Because, like, we knew there was a bunch of other challenging content going live at around the same time. We knew it was going to be the free, or critical to the free-to-play route to Elder. It's like the last big story content. There's a lot of narrative tied up in it. They also wanted to reuse a lot of the mechanics. Like you saw Paradox come back, you saw weapon nodes come back, you saw Scourge come back. And so that's a lot of bandwidth complexity as well. And the intent was not to then also make that a lot more difficult with tuning on top of it, if that makes sense. I do get what you mean, but like there's honestly also the other side of it is you may have just gotten better and or stronger since the last piece of story content. Because if your bar is it's too easy if you spent 0 revives, I don't think I've spent a revive on story content in like I don't know, 4 or 5 years. That's been said. Like, it's pretty clearly a culmination of stuff going on in that storyline. Hey, Snoozy, welcome. I guess my slow wasn't still up. Ouch! God, I hate when the AI does that. Whoops. My wife just closed the door to her office at that ouch. Sorry, sweetie. Justified. Where did my slow go? Didn't I just apply it? I know it's not there. Yeah, that was dumb. That was very dumb. That's okay. I knew this one was going to be tricky. He's got cleanses. You're right. Who gave him cleanses? What a jerk. Even worse. What jerk said, it doesn't make that big a difference to the fight. It's totally fine if we don't update him. I just played right into the cleanses there. Okay. But hopefully be a little bit more careful this time. That was unfortunate. That's okay. I will take that because it lets us do this. Wait it out. Wait it out again. Ah! There's the slow. Whew! Yeah, sure thing, I said. I definitely get where you're coming from. Like, it was on the easier side. I would not have minded it being a bit harder, and especially since I already had a rank 5 and some ascensions, that just makes it feel like you were tearing through, right? So I would not have minded it being much harder. But I also just I don't focus too much on that personally because I feel like I haven't really been the tuning target for story content in a live or in a long time. Yeah. Thank you so much, Snoozy, for a sub on Twitch. I appreciate you. YouTube for not allowing me. I didn't realize you weren't able to. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, friend. Hey, Jude, welcome back. So excited for the Ghost Rider rework. Yeah, it's a good time. There's some cool stuff there. so dumb that he can drop it that easily. How did that not switch it? Oh, you... That's fine. I will do this the slow way if I have to. Although I do need to remember that he's not debuff immune, so the slow way is a little bit faster. Ah, that's fine. I cannot believe he didn't evade that. I'm not only doing medium when the pursuit is up. When I am, it's mostly just a safety habit, right? Like, as I am starting this combo, I'm not necessarily thinking about whether the pursuit is up or not, so the safest thing to do is do medium, right? It's more of a bandwidth thing than anything else. But fair question. We probably shouldn't really talk about that much, Goodman. It's not my call. Um, yeah, the short answer is it's not my call. But I will say when the best argument people can make in favor of you is he's not the, or he wouldn't be the only jerk. It's not a great place to be starting from. And I will say, I don't think Barrow has ever done anything in my direction. But he's not been kind to some close friends of mine, and as far as I know, he has never apologized. And I'm not going to pretend that that makes him unique. There have definitely been some beefs in the YouTube community. But again, if you want to be accepted more widely, not a great place to be starting from. Kindness costs nothing. And I won't pretend that apologies aren't tough on egos, but like, in my opinion, it's part of being an adult to be able to apologize. And I think I'll leave it there. It is really weird, Snoozy. Everything. How they decide the difficulties. I think most stuff is actually too difficult. I mean, that's what playtests are for, right? Like, there's... Yeah. It's... There are numbers for difficulty tuning. We do check, like, hey, what's your DPS? What are your average clear times? That kind of stuff. But for the most part, it is a bunch of humans playing the content and giving feedback, right? And for story content, that has also included the betas, right? It's us as the devs, but also a bunch of other people. I'm laughing at Tilly there. Different definition of jerk there. We got plenty of sarcastic jerks in SSX, but we have a pretty hard line on intentionally being mean to anyone else. As far as I know, you haven't crossed it. Okay. Try not to stun this one. Unless, of course, I actually pay attention to the node and see when I can stun. Although then, I remember about one eye open and I go, man, this is what happens when you can only hold so many pieces of information in your head at once. Yeah, that was dumb. Woo! Those are big crits. That doesn't matter at all. I'll answer that more pointedly in a minute. Speaking of people being exquisite jerks, these two chuckleheads baiting me in my my chat room. Patriots Sig ability is like it scales better than you think. It really is quite a bit of extra crit rating and is pretty important for his damage output. Um, but it's not. It is one of the less important Sigs in my characters now, which is just because when we shipped him, it was too important of a Sig, right? And so when we move the Steadfast out of the Sig, it's still really, really good, especially if you're facing opponents with Block Pen or who lower your block proficiency, Photon. Um, but yeah, it's not as critical anymore. What can men do against such reckless bait? That's really good. Jason should get that on a t-shirt. Two Zemos. Yeah, I think Yelena for defense is a good call. Catching up. Boost fell off. Thank you. Look at the look the other brains. Is Rhino's crit resist based on his physical resistance as a percentage or the raw value? That's a good question. It's probably the raw value. Um, Simply because that coding is easier, and so I imagine that's what the case is. Looks like I haven't been logged out of the code, so let me go take a look. Rhino, blah 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 blah. Where's the crit resist? Oh my god, as I found him. You have been signed out. You must sign in again. Well, now I want to know. Oh, it's in his sig, isn't it? I was looking in the wrong place. Thanks, Merlin. I appreciate that. All right, 1 second. We got to do our two-factor authentication because Kabam cares about security for some reason. Well, okay, there's the crit resist. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that that is the. Yeah, that's just the raw value. Also, what? Oh, decimals are important. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it looks like it is 8% of the wrong or of the raw value. I ranked took Patriot to rank 4 Sig 200 for Photon. Who else is he good for? I mean, you don't see leader much. He's quite good for leader. He's very good for high evolutionary. He's not as fast as someone like Frank, but I've got some takedowns of high evolutionary ascended boss, like a rank and a half above him on my channel that went quite well. He's pretty good for Spider Woman. You have to play it a particular way, but he does that. Joe Fixit you don't see in a lot of PvP modes very often, but I always hate fighting Joe, and Patriot is really good for Joe. Basically zeroes out all of the things that make him annoying. Who else am I thinking of? Those are some of the biggest ones. Not bad for Cassie. I've taken some very difficult Quicksilver fights with him that felt trivial because of that. Basically, anytime you see Bubble Shield, he's very good. Especially, well, if the opponent is Science in particular, he's incredible for Bubble Shield. He's great for those steady build up unblockable nodes. For that reason, he can be quite good for Null. That's kind of the short version. We send him a fair amount. Think Ruby's going to be a good enough defender to warrant a rank 5? I think so. I think you're going to have to try and put her in places that complicate the most obvious undermine options, but I remember her being pretty dang annoying. Domino, throw. There we go, that's a good one. Haven't had a 5 out of 5 defender in a while, it feels like, was how you go the last one. I guess so, yeah. Because Imperiosa ended up not shipping too hard. Took Nick Fury to rank 5. Is that a good choice? Dr. Bong coming out soon. I mean, Nick is very, very strong. He's got more counters these days. There are a few more things that stop him. His prestige isn't incredible, and he's not ascendable, which Bong would be if you picked him up through pity. But those things aside, like, I don't think it was a mistake. Imperios is my most hated new defender. I can understand why. Ouch. Jerk. Come on, Mojo. Do the thing. This guy. What are you doing? How dare you? Oh, there were some playtests where Imperiosa was absolutely awful. I mean, bluntly, that's true for most defenders. There's usually a playtest where they're just... Whoops. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. There's usually a playtest where they're basically untenable. No! Okay. Woo! Got lucky. He confused me with coming out of the stun there. I'm reading chat too much. I need to focus. Yeah, Jason's also very correct. Can't just cheese the heck out of her with Kushala or Mojo by hitting into block. The way Mojo's prompts get messed up when ability accuracy comes into play, pretty nuts. Who did I bring for this? Shang-Chi? Oh, this might suck. Okay. Alright, we're gonna need to heal him. Yeah, I don't normally give specifics of this, but there was one playtest. We tried out what it would feel like if Imperiosa inflicted a corrosion on the attacker every time she was intercepted. That was not a fun day. No! God, those poisons are insane. If there was one place for power backs in here, this is it. Hey, Carl, how's it going, bud? There we go. Hey, Zarghost. May I ask why Prowler's a hero? It's because he's like kind of an amalgam of the comics and the movie and something else in between, and so our version apparently is a hero. Prowler's had a lot of different appearances in the comics. He might, Saraghost, but the inability to block unblockable matters. Back playing for a couple months now. Nice. Let's see. Within the last year, without knowing exactly when you were done, last year for me was Jean, Nico, Paviter Prabhakar, and then most recently Blue Marvel. I think those were my four. Oh, and most recently, I did the tune-ups on Stormex and Sam Wilson. Okay, let's do our best not to get stunned by Apocalypse here, shall we? Yep, there it is. I feel like I'm getting some lag in this fight already. Probably just how many VFX he has on top of the ones I've got going on. This does not feel great. Okay, we got rolling. They have not really been playing into intercepts. Oh man, I missed the refresh. They have not really been playing into intercepts this fight. Still, he got it done. Nice, Carl. Those are cool. Hey, Nick. Growler's great for this? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, this has to just be Luke. Oh, you haven't seen that yet, Nick? Yeah, we've had it all month, a bit of last one for testing things out and giving feedback. Rude. Kill. Thank you. Okay, this next one's gonna be silly. Prowler would also be good here. 100%. Weak special 2. That's alright. Woo! Caught me a little off guard with that one. Not to mention that one. Oof, that sounds awful, Jude. Hey, Silver. Welcome back. Alright. There we go. That was some damage. There we go. Whew. Okay, we definitely have to heal him for this. But it's honestly kind of refreshing to not be selling a bunch of potions. This is what they're for. Let's go, man. Come here, you jerk. I'm throwing a special 3 here because it probably means the special 2 after this one-shots. It was not my plan. Get that agility off me post-haste. Oh, no, you don't. Okay, not a one-shot, because of course it's not, because Power Shield gets diluted. But I'll take it. I hate agility so much. Ugh. There he goes. You're a little crazy, Pablo. Players ask for it. I don't think at any point has Kabam said that we were planning. I missed the exact timing of that, Susie. Did you mean your counter against Void or against Killmonger? I'm guessing Void. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to use the mutant, but this feels like I could use anybody on this team. It was a pretty good special, too. Ah, because I hit him one more time, and he lost the unblockable. That's why he threw it. Oops. Jerk. Hey, Warrior. Welcome. Void, I used Red Guardian. I thought he would die in one or maybe two special twos, and I'm assuming he did not. Oh, yeah, the long distance relationship weaknesses can really add up if you don't have any way to control them. I'm guessing that was part of the problem. Red Guardian's pretty tempo based. Alright, how do you work again? I know it's not super complicated, but blah 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 blah. We're fine for the first bit because bleed damage. He will regenerate if we don't have enough debuffs on him. We probably will if we're careful. More degen, which we'll be immune to. Cool. And then the intercept phase. Not immune to. Periodically indestructible to. Big enough fight, I'm 100% going for the special 3 at least once for the permanent overloads. We'll want the withers later, but we don't necessarily need them now. Ooh, that sounds... Yeah, that sounds brutal. Claire is probably the best mystic you could possibly use for that fight, but that still doesn't sound good. Solvark needs bigger legs. Maybe Solvark should have buffed Solvark then. Oh, that's not good. That's double not good. Oh, because the Indestructible was on cooldown. Why was the Indestructible on cooldown? Why did I do that? Treated it like a completely different character. Okay. Alright, let that go away. Oops. Oh, come on, man. Like, we'll be fine, but this is very annoying. Once we have both withers up, they cancel the last phase, yes. Gotta get there. Oh, maybe they don't. Did I end up nerfing them below 100% total? I thought it was 100% total. I mean, it's fine. Luke took the wheel, but... Huh. If I had made a tech champ, would they have got my 4 to 5 gem? Decent odds. Not gonna lie. Excuse me. Okay. So first off, the Indestructible. Why? Oh, no, we already covered that. It was on cooldown. I don't know why it was on cooldown, but it was on cooldown. Thanks, Carl. Okay. Oh. Oh, first, let's double check. Did I actually do the thing? Um, okay, the withers are 20%, reduced by an additional 30%. That should be 100% total. Double checking the code, because I swear they were doing that against Vision. Certainly frickin' looks like it. Huh. I'll have to double check that later. Okay. Let me look at Thanos real quick. Oh god, which one is this? They're all a mess together. Okay, this one. There's the Death Touch. Yeah, that's all correct. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I have no idea why he's not stopping Thanos' power totally. I guess we'll look at that later. Take care, Sneezy. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for subbing, man. I appreciate it. Welcome, Esukuna, or Esukuna. Let me know if you prefer I pronounce that differently. For Blue Marvel, is it a good idea to spam Special 2 after 3, Special 3 for longer fights, or do I still have to do Special 1? In a vacuum, Special 2 is generally what you would want to switch to. Um, but in this fight, because I wanted to hold on to the Withers, that was kind of the focus. Just want to debuzz for my OG cap. What if I just add exponential damage scaling? That is a little bit lizard. He wasn't gaining power when I hit him, but he was gaining power normally when I wasn't hitting him. Yeah, I don't know what the heck was going on there. That doesn't make any sense. Anywho, while we're in ordeal mode, might as well do the villain one now, right? Yeah, exactly, Silver. Okay, let me pull up ye old planning sheet. I can run through these, and I'll talk through it. Um, yeah, he is XL, but I don't think that necessarily makes that a good idea. I really don't want to use Onslaught. I don't like Onslaught. I might bring Apocalypse for old time's sake. Yeah, let's do that for now. For Vision, yep, let's bring Jen. So we're going to be using her for I-Bomb anyway. Yep, definitely works for Mojo. I did that last time when she was smaller. She'll be great. Yeah, I'm bringing Serpent. I know he's correct, but he's my boy, so he's allowed a little bit. Ooh, I do like that Cat brought a Tuma. That's cool. That's very cool. Respect that. Maybe I want to bring a Tuma? I haven't used him much yet. He'd be very tough for Gwen, though. I guess you have the power gain. It's interesting. I've used APOC for Korg before. I can again. Ooh, should I bring Storm X? That'd be fun. Hmm. All right, how many slots we got? We're definitely bringing Carl. We're definitely bringing She-Hulk. Where'd she go? I passed her, didn't I? Yep, there she is. Yeah, we're bringing Apocalypse because I don't want to use Onslaught. That means we have plenty of options for Nick. You know what? Actually, I think I'm going to drop... Let's see. I'm going to drop APOC and bring Mojo. Switch things up a little bit. I haven't used Mojo in here yet before, and that sounds fun. Appreciate y'all's patience while I'm planning. I know this part isn't fun. My team is Bullseye, DJ, Onslaught, Absentee mode. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, the villain runs are way easier. I don't think it's necessarily that villains are more powerful, because I've heard the exact inverse for Epic is just the villains line up really well for this particular piece of content. And I realized I just can't address the second part of yours. She-Hulk needs Ant-Man relic? No, she doesn't. I think the Ant-Man relic is like... Excuse me. I think the Ant-Man relic is actively bad for her. Why are you saying Ant-Man relic for her? Who else was I saying? Oh, Atuma. I think I'm gonna bring Storm X. It potentially means Void is a bad time, but like I think Void is kind of a medium bad time for anybody on this roster. Does mean I don't have a super clean option for Killmonger. Atuma would be solid. No, he wouldn't. I'd never get that first one. Okay, then probably not Storm X. I'm absolutely willing to revive through Void if it makes my life more fun. Maybe I just Mojo the Terrax, that frees up a slot. God knows I've done the Absorbing Man fight enough. Because then that lets me bring Storm X for Korg, which I think would be fun. And she probably does a decent job of nuking Void. And then I just need a Killmonger answer, which I could go ahead and bring Serpent, or could just bring Apocalypse anyway. Gonna end up doing something that I've done before, which is fine. It is fine, but that's what I'm looking at. Okay, I just need to pick. She-Hulk need for vision. No, she doesn't. She has built-in taunt. No. Y'all are misunderstanding. She has built-in taunt. She doesn't need anything else. Alright, I'll just bring Serpent. Probably end up using him for Domino too. Yeah, Nagase has taken every single fight with JJJ. What would it take for Kabam to release MCOC action figures? Marvel approval, mostly. Nah, the taunt is not gonna make a difference. Like, hold on. I'm gonna grab the actual numbers for you here. Like, I understand the taunt is helpful, but you don't need it. Yeah, because it's basically the equivalent of 9 traumas, right? You should have that many by then. Oh, we'll see. We'll start here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I used Deathless She-Hulk for the Ordeal the last time, or for Vision in here the last time. Um, that it was up. Oh, come on. There we go. Hey, Soul Hunter. Soul Hunter, it has been a bit. You doing well? Oh, come on, man. Yeah, hold on. That freaking. I'll use my one. I am, yeah. You gotta be kidding me. It is plugged in! Why is it not charging? Oh, give me a second. Okay, it's not the dongle. I tried just plugging it in directly and it's still not charging. One second, you know. Okay, there we go. Okay, that was annoying enough. Who do I want to use more? Storm? I think Storm. So I'm gonna do the boring thing. Use Serpent in some spots. Now that my charger is back with us, I literally just said warrior. That's not really our call. Ugh. Slight delay. Been doing too many of those this stream. I forgot about your question there, King. I use her a lot. I mean, she just hits really hard. One of the biggest places I use her is in Battlegrounds. There's a number of good defenders that she... Second. That she can take, but she's actually one of my best Yelena counters. Yeah, I've done the vision with She-Hulk before, Jude. I'm not too worried. I mean, we had to revive for him once because he was a jerk last time. Is what it is. Throw it. Oh, you jerk. I shouldn't have punished that one. I should have just thrown the special 3 while I had the Fury. That's fine. Ah, no. That's not your fault at all. I'm just half reading chat. Oop, that was my bad. Ah, I see, because he was discussing Siva. I gotcha. I'm also sure that I was approaching the Terrax fight incorrectly in that last one, but that is okay. I will do the easy thing and get through this. We got a lot of content to go. Hey, Stalingrado. Who's my go-to non-mutant Yelena counter? Maker for me, for the most part. If we were still doing the 40 champion decks, I think I'd probably rank Vox for Yelena and a few others, because he's very good, but he is a little bit slower and not quite what I want for Battlegrounds a lot of the time. Oops, didn't change pre-fights. Doesn't really matter. Cool. I'll use Carl again somewhere else. Yeah, I really liked the 40 champ decks. I think that was much better. Yeah, it was not perfect yet, but oops, that was a mistake. Needed to go to special 2. But, like I said, we're already at a taunt's worth. Yeah, and that's 100% worth it. And I do want to be clear that, like, me insisting there that I didn't need the Ant-Man relic is not just me saying I need to be right. It's because the Ant-Man relic does nothing for her on any of the other fights that I'm planning to use her for. And so I would basically be making something that, in my opinion, was not that risky in the first place, just a little bit safer at the expense of her being worse in the fights through the rest of the quest. And because the Hulk relic also gives physical vulnerability, which matters for cutting through the physical resistance that somebody like iBomb has, that matters quite a bit, right? So that's where I was coming from, just to make that clear. There we go. Ouch. Deserved. I was dumb. But still unpleasant. Okay, that should do it. Let me catch up. First appearance of Torvik Pin is lore accurate. That's funny. Box stocks will go up when Ruby Thursday is common. That's true as well. I don't agree with you on the free rerolls, Stalingrado. If 40 like I keep saying cards, but whatever, close enough. If 40 card decks and 5 bans doesn't feel like you have access to enough characters reliably, then that needs to be evaluated on its own, right? Maybe that means you need to see a few more champions. Maybe that means, yeah, I mean, it's probably that you need to see a few more champions, right? But it's like, I think that that needs to be evaluated in that way and not basically papered over with free rerolls. Now you could you could respond to that in kind. It's like, well, then why do you get paid rerolls? Well, because they're paid. If that bothers you, this might not be the right game for you. But yeah, I think simply from a game design perspective, it's more important to figure out like how does this RNG actually feel? How much am I able to make choices around it? And then you fix that, and then you decide what you want to do with rerolls, if that makes sense. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Carl. Like, obviously, I'm coming at it from the perspective of a fairly large deck, but like, I just think that the larger access, the larger access to more champions is just better for the mode. And I understand the critique that a lot of people are going to make is that, well, but then people can just do things like put Serpent and Dark Phoenix in their deck and ban all of your Mystics. But if that's effective against you, oh, hey, Images, I didn't see you up there. But if that's effective against you, you should adjust for it, right? Like, maybe that means you need to put Luke in your deck for Serpent or Nefaria. Maybe that means you need other Dark Phoenix answers, like I-Bomb or something, right? That surprise them and still do it well. Maybe that means you need more Mystics. Maybe that means that you need to rank Serpent and Dark Phoenix yourself, if you have them, so that you can try and kind of dare them to do that. Or maybe it means that you need to accept that you don't have the roster to do any of those things I just said, and you need to just not be running Serpent and Dark Phoenix so that you can also take some of the counters out of your deck, put in other threats and answers instead, and ban them yourself, right? I think a lot of the complaints about the 40 character deck 5 bans season came from people who kind of wanted to have their cake and eat it too, right? They wanted to be able to use these defenders that were dangerous, that they only had so many answers for, so that they could threaten their opponents, but they didn't like having to deal with them themselves under those conditions. And if that's what you're dealing with, and the conclusion is that you can't handle it, then you need to accept that you can't handle it and adapt, right? And I think that I don't want to say exactly what Magnus is saying about BG's players having become too comfortable. I think there's maybe an element of that, but I think the way I would put it is that too many Battlegrounds players never really accepted that deck building and banning and drafting are all skills, right? Maybe soaking. But like where I'm going with this is that is it one thing I could do if I made a video out of it is not lose my train of thought and then edit that out. But where I'm going with that is that I think a lot of players approach Battlegrounds as though it's like, you need to get these exact 30 champions that one of 5 YouTubers told me I need to get, and then you need to play really, really well, and that's all there is to Battlegrounds. Yeah, exactly what your last comment was there, Magnus, right? They play like it's a solved game mode. And I think Battlegrounds players need to break out of that and need to be doing things more like Magic the Gathering players do, right? Which is that decks and metas change every time there's new information. People run counters to the most popular picks. And here's the other part. If that isn't possible because of the constraints of the mode, if that kind of creative counterplay and deck building and ban strategy isn't currently effective, then I think it is our responsibility to fix that before we fix anything else, right? And it's why I like the 40 card deck so much, because I think it actually moves us in that direction. I think it makes deck building and ban strategy more feasible and more flexible and more interesting. It wasn't perfect. There were more things that we have to do to get that right. But I think if you feel like Battlegrounds is too stagnant, that's what needs to change. Is that the structure of it needs to allow for more flux. And that will inevitably mean that people who have larger rosters and have more options to swap in and out are at an advantage, right? But you know what? If we don't do that, then people with larger rosters are still at an advantage because they have the bigger, better defenders, right? And I think just more flux is what needs to happen, one way or another. They are the biggest skills, which I don't have. I appreciate your candor, Carl. Even selecting who you're placing on defense and offense. Yes, absolutely. Placement is a huge skill. And I think more people understand that. Although you're right to say it, because some people definitely don't. Some people do think that if you just draft busted defender, place busted defender. And it's like, if that's how you're approaching it, that's fine. But I beat a lot of people who are approaching it that way, who have all of the same big defenders I do and have some of the better counters. But they're not flexible. Yeah, I mean, I understand the complaints about roster size. It's, again, to relate it to something like Magic the Gathering. That's also pay to win, right? If the new set comes out and the best way to adapt your deck to counter the other top decks requires a few new rares and mythics, like you might be spending $100 or $200 or more to restructure your deck if you want to win in tournaments. That's not fair. But in the sense that Wizards of the Coast needs to turn a profit and Kabam needs to turn a profit, that's kind of the rules of engagement. And so from a game design perspective, I try to approach things from a like, how can we make the game mode as healthy as possible, right? Because I think if the game mode is as healthy as possible, that inherently means there's more room for skill expression. It's just that it means that that skill expression isn't just in-fight execution, right? Like Stalingrado just said, I really think that Battlegrounds is closer to a card game with a fight game inside, right? It's the way that, if you're familiar with the Total War series, those are grand strategy with tactical strategy inside, right? You have to do things like build out your empire and make sure that you have a good economy. And then you also need to make sure that you don't charge your cavalry into braced spearmen. Yeah, and I think that Battlegrounds will feel more equitable. You'll be able to understand more of the skills if it is a more flexible mode, even if that exacerbates some of the roster pain in it, right? Because then we can look at the roster pain, right? If all of that happens and Battlegrounds is a more dynamic, less stagnant, more fun, more interesting mode where you really feel deck building and drafting and ban decisions more completely. And then we decide that it is too harsh on smaller rosters, then we can look at that, right? Yeah, and I completely agree with you, Carl. Like, I feel like that's kind of another side of it, is when Battlegrounds released, there were 200 characters in the game. It had to be something like that, because if I'm remembering correctly, wasn't Danny Moonstar like 250th or something? And she was after Battlegrounds came out. So, especially once you drop out characters that don't exist as 7 stars or who like are basically non-functional, like Drax or OG Captain America, nobody's putting them in Battlegrounds decks. Once you take that into account, we have arguably more than doubled the number of feasible champions in the game since Battlegrounds launched. It is kind of insane in that context that the deck size was still 30. You might be right, IMK. I'm not sure, but it was around that, right? Anywho, I need to do some fighting. I love talking about this stuff. I should go into game design or something, but yeah, it's kind of hard to say it's not solved when there's only a couple characters can take a champ effectively, like say Captain Britain. Then ban her. If you don't have characters that can take her, then ban her, right? Like, there are answers. There are a fair number of answers. I've taken her incredibly effectively with Sam Wilson. I've taken her pretty well with Prowler. He's a little bit rougher, in my opinion. Maker is obviously incredible for her. Yondu is incredible for her. Like, there are really good counters to Captain Britain these days. If you don't have them, if you're not comfortable with them, then ban her. And if you ban all of those top champions and there are still characters that you don't have answers for, then you need to improve your roster, right? Because at a certain point, that just is the answer. If you don't have the top defenders, and after you ban them, you still don't have the answers to the next tier 2 top defenders, and you're still complaining that it's Kabam's fault, you need to do some looking within. Yeah, I very much like the puzzle that is AW. I'm with you there. In BGs, I just banned Nico because my defense is heavily cosmic and I don't rank up Heimdall. Yeah, that'll work. Hey, Jaeger. I was wondering if you would show up while we were talking about this. Because, yeah, Jaeger was experimenting with some really cool stuff. Yes, Black Panther's another good counter to Captain Britain. I mean, that's kind of the other problem, right? Is that oftentimes when people say there are only a couple characters that can take blank, they're just wrong, right? They probably think that there's 3 when there's actually like 7 or 8. I want to say I get where you're coming from, Eddie, but I kind of don't, honestly, because like you say you wish the gameplay could be more dynamic, but while you might have more opportunities to do things if Captain Britain wasn't so demanding, if we didn't have demanding defenders, then you could kind of just answer everybody the same way, and then that dynamism becomes stagnation. I'm not saying we always do it perfectly. Captain Britain's not my favorite defensive design, to be perfectly honest. But, like, there's multiple types of dynamism, is kind of where I'm coming from. See, I remember when Korg came out, it didn't feel dynamic. From what I remember, when Korg came out, there were like 3 or 4 characters that could comfortably take him. And then there were a few more if you were really, really good at shallow dexes. But a whole bunch of other people just died repeatedly to Korg and let the one person in their battle group who could take him with magic do so. Oh, I forgot to answer the question earlier. Yes, I was intentionally following up Serpent Special 1 with light attacks against MODOK. Alright, I'm going to jump in. People just don't want to stop using heavy attacks with crossbows. That's funny. And yeah, Magnus, you're right. You can also take Britain up yourself and gamble the people banner. There are strategies. You've been using Arcade for Serpent lately? I mean, part of what I wanted you to do was use poison on him. That's not the most insane thing I've heard. Yeah, I'm with you there, Duke. Whoa, that's not the button I meant to hit. I guess we're not using our striker for a little bit. But yeah, I hate fighting Shock. I love the VFX from Serpent Special 3 so much. Oh, Peter. I did that to clear spider nonsense, and it just went right back up. He's so annoying. Buddy. Okay, that's on me. I should know better than to try and dex out of a special with completely stupid hitboxes. Ouch. Of course. Unstunned. Double Porker Poppers. What marvelous RNG you have there. This spam fight makes me miss Kate. She's overtuned, obviously, but really nice actually being able to take him efficiently. Rex, I'm pretty sure that you're just here to start a fight because of the way that you phrased that question. I'm going to try to engage in good faith. I will say first, this is not really my area. I'm not in charge of this, so take everything with a grain of salt. But the point, like, there's kind of two sides to this, right? The first is that the community team started by not making the drops exclusive. And you know what the overwhelming response from the Twitch community was? To stream the info, or to like stream the homepage, right? Just over and over and over again to just farm them. Which obviously isn't very cool, right? It means our metrics are okay because people are watching MCOC, except they're not. Except they're watching the home screen. And that's not the point of the drops. Oh, I know, Chief. What was it? I started that and I was thinking I might just do it, but ended up doing both. I guess I can probably edit them from here. I'll come back to that. But yeah, I started with them being non-exclusive. And then Twitch doesn't have a subtractive doesn't have subtractive control over drops, right? You can't just ban the people who are abusing it. You have to specify a group of people who are allowed to use it. And the most logical place to start for that is the CCP. It's not intended to be exclusionary, right? The point is to make the drops available for as many people as possible, but to preference people who are actually streaming the game. And this isn't a perfect system, but that's because a perfect system isn't supported by Twitch. Now, on the flip side, it makes sense for the CCP to be a benefit for content creation, right? And the thing about benefits is that they're only benefits if they're not universal. So I don't really think that it's all that unreasonable for there to be a benefit for the CCP to streaming this game. And as for excluding certain people, let's be honest. We know who we're talking about. And for the most part, it's people who have repeatedly proven that they are not very interested in playing nice with others. That's not Kabam's fault. And I'll leave it at that. Okay, got the stream info updated. Let's keep rolling. I probably want to ramp Mojo. I might get hit, but we'll see. Thank God these stun prompts. Coming up at nice moments. He is really trying to be a jerk. No heavies, only lights. Not gonna lie, I was expecting the degens to work a little better than this. Dude's being annoying. I did too, Rex. That's all I'll say there. Come on. Alright, we are making progress. That prompt we need to change. That's not going to work. Oops. Thought we were going to get to the special 3 there. Are war potions and boosts going to be moved to the essential store? We're looking at... Excuse me. We're looking at some stuff there. Woo! I got lucky. War is a tough one, you know? Because loyalty is a weird resource. I would keep saving it for now, is kind of the short version, but like, just speaking to the design problem, loyalty is almost like gold in a sense that it is a very precious resource to some players and basically free/worthless to most others. And that makes it very difficult to balance, right? I'm almost regretting not using Deathless She-Hulk here because she definitely would have been faster. But we ramped Mojo, and I'll take it. Yeah, Zemo sounds good. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been very busy and I haven't really answered some Discord messages. I'll take a look at that. But unfortunately, I'm not super consistent on my stream times, which I know is terrible for a streamer, but it's usually before or after work for me, which means I'm Central Time. That's public information. I live in Texas. Um, and that normally means like mornings or evenings. So often one of those two. Weekends, kind of all bets are off. Yeah, but that's often the intent. Yeah, thank you. Happy to have you here. It's funny, Stongrad. Pardon me. Okay. I could probably use Mojo and ramp him even further here, but that sounds like a bad time, so I'm just going to use Jen. Ah, that was my fault. Definitely want the special 3 here. Take care, Carl. Thanks for stopping by, man. It's good to hear from you. There we go. Oops. That's not going to be fun. I was hoping we're going to lose everything. It sucks. Alright, well, we'll build back up. Have I mentioned recently that I hate Oscillate? There was probably a path through there for me to count better, so I'm not gonna... Not gonna put all the blame on the node. Nope. That was dumb. That was very dumb. Okay. Saved it. Please. Thank you. This is not bad for losing my traumas halfway through. This probably does it. Hey! Just wondering, as an outsider who works in software, you guys have been playing any sort of AI with our workflows? Excuse me. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that it's not coming up because it's being discussed everywhere in tech. I'll say we're being pretty careful. We care a lot about what goes out the door. And definitely do not want it to cross the line over into slop, so to speak. Yeah, that's kind of the biggest thing. I think there's probably some good use cases earlier in the pipeline. I still have objections to generative AI as a whole. We don't necessarily need to get into them here, but just to say that. But yeah, I won't pretend it's not being discussed. Our heads aren't quite in the sand that much. I agree with you there, Jude. He looks pretty funny spamming block. Get what you were talking about when I said classic She-Hulk does more damage in longer fights. Yeah. Yeah. And honestly would love for Classic to be more like Deathless. I think it's a worthy trade-off, but yeah, Classic does some truly insane stuff. Oh, buddy, throw it. Thank you. Oh, that was my fault. Okay. Let's get these rock stacks back down, and then we'll do that again. This should do decent damage. I was hoping for more, but, you know. Flux Dispersal stinks. There we go, there's a crit. Yeah, I think that's the way to play this. Ouch. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to crit. Special one was better, but I got pushed off it, so that's fine. And hey, we're below 30%, so now no more upkeep. Although we do still need it to drop the shield, as we just saw. I hate this fight. It's so annoying. Yeah, I was too early on that one. They kind of do. Red numbers bypass flux dispersal in the sense that flux dispersal is only stopping hit events, right? But that means, pardon, I think I'm gonna need to go get some more tea here in a minute. That's unfortunate. It's my fault. That's what happens when I get distracted. What was I saying? Yeah. So flux dispersal does still cap on hit burst damage. So if you're using somebody like Serpent, if we tried that, then because the cold snaps are on the hit, you would still have them capped, and the whole thing would just get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller with each hit. But if you're using somebody like, it doesn't matter here with Venom, but let's say I had like Sunspot, right? Um, then my incinerates wouldn't be capped. I guess that doesn't really matter. Yeah, the point is once it goes to 0, like dots are still fine. Kitty would be a better example. I agree with you there, MK. It is really nice getting Cord down to 0. Oops, I forgot again. That's fine. We're close. Whoa. Okay. Why is Hood's heavy damage burst able to bypass Zola's cap? Because Hood is not actually one burst, it's a different burst for each bullet. Making sure we're still charging. That was so annoying. One second. I mean, I know that we're running user research a fair amount. Because, that tends to be more accurate than just seeing who shows up on the forums and feels motivated to make a post. But no, I don't know specifically what they might be asking you about right now. I do now, yeah, Stalin. Stalingrado. Wait, did I not pin it? I did not pin it. Oh, silly me. Okay, let me pin it. I am live on Twitch right now. And we have... Where's the number? 39 people over there. So a little bit more than YouTube. And I appreciate y'all, assuming y'all are actually here and I'm not muted in the background. But I won't hold it against you if I am. But yeah, I just recently started. Literally this week. This is my 5th or 6th stream on Twitch, somewhere in there. Okay, I'm going to heal her up a little bit because we have plenty of potions. Actually, I'm going to go a little bit further. Because, like, technically that's all of my potions in overflow, but I'm probably going to be back to, like, 80 in overflow in 2 weeks, so... Sir, thank you. This is definitely going to be slower because you can already see the crit resist adding up. By which I mean, we're probably never going to crit again. Which I'm realizing means I should use the striker, because we should definitely be reducing physical resistance. Okay, that helps. Yeah, that helps a lot. Aspect of evolution just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's so annoying. He had like no power. And the special 2 gave him 2 parts. Oh, nice, dude. I've done it before when I've needed to, but I generally don't risk it if I don't absolutely need to. Yeah, no, that's a smart thing to check in on. Um, it's probably real. I would. Did you get reached out to in game first? Or do you remember ever giving permission in game to be reached out to? I would imagine that probably came before the email. But I realize that might be kind of difficult for you to verify right now or remember. Nice. Welcome over to Twitch. Good thing Jen's damage gets bigger and bigger too. Yeah. All right, Mojo. Ouch. I just knew that was gonna happen. He was being very annoying. Well, that's unfortunate. Woo! That was very unfortunate. I think I'm going to save up for special 3 because I have gotten backed up a little more than I'd like without an ability to do a prompt. He's trying to lull me into a false sense of security. What do you mean? I did everything exactly when you wanted me to. We get him all the way backed up and through the next arc overload. See? I don't trust you. Yeah. No. It's fishing is a real thing. I get it. There we go. Solo's a solo. Pardon me. Not using the Ghost Rider relic on Mojo? Nah, it's probably on Nico. Only so many relics to go around, you know? Do I have... Oh, god dang it. Okay, now I'm unplugging it by accidentally stepping on my own cord. Do I have decision-making power over event prices, sales, which champions will be exclusive? I don't have decision-making power, no. I'm often a part of the conversations, but I am not the one who gets the say, nor do I try to make it that, I don't think. I've had stronger opinions than others sometimes. Hey, Elijah. You probably should go hog wild on Ascended Mojo. He's so good. I've been a fan of Mojo for a long time. No, we do not, King. No, thank you. I really don't want to. You haven't heard me say this, King. I am really unhappy with the interaction between Paviter and the 7-star Iron Fist relic. I underestimated it in design, and I'm not even sure I could have stopped it. But as a designer, it kills me that I worked really hard on a relatively complex loop, right? Using those traps. Like, my whole goal with him was to make the trap gameplay fun, to make you want to go back and forth over them. And I think I did a really good job. And I won't say nobody, but figuratively, nobody cares. Because just parry heavy is as strong as it is. And that sucks. Because it makes me feel like, not that the work was wasted, I know what I achieved, but it's definitely not getting appreciated. And it's not a fun feeling as a designer. I do appreciate that stuff. Oh, I didn't answer your question earlier about the follow-up after the special one. No, it's not really intended, and I definitely didn't put it in Serpent on purpose. No designer put it into any character on purpose. Like, it's been a known thing for a long time because that used to be like really core to how you would play Magic, right? In her old kit. I remember taking Korg bosses that way. Um, but the problem is, it was a lot harder to do on 60 frames per second. Or sorry, on 30 frames per second than it is on 60. And not as many characters could do it back then. And Battlegrounds has made shorter fights a lot more important than they used to be. And when you combine all of those things, I definitely consider it a problematic interaction now. It's just a whole bunch of control on characters that were not designed to have that control. Like, it's so reliable in 60 frames per second that it's very close to this attack or this special attack applies a stun unless the opponent is at 3 bars of power, right? Yeah, no, I get it, Elijah. I'm glad you still do the other thing elsewhere. Excuse me. Okay. What the? Excuse me. Okay. That regen's gonna be really helpful. Unless, of course, she fails it. Get lost, Domino. And I will say that that's the kind of thing that it's like, it's difficult to really decide what to do about something like that special one follow-up, right? Because you don't want to just eliminate the skill expression, right? That's cool. It is very cool that if you are quick enough, you can learn to do that. But it's too reliable, right? I don't think I hit the fight start button. I'm glad this is who I was going to use. But I guess I'm going to come back to that. Oh, we are dangerously close to haters. We are not doing enough damage that I feel good about this right now. That one was my fault. Okay. I'm starting to feel better. It feels like we're maybe accelerating enough. Doesn't matter if we activate it because he was about to guaranteed activate it. Excuse me. Yeah, and I knew to watch for relic interactions already. I just forgot. Sometimes things are painful lessons, sometimes things are painful reminders. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Elijah. Is tightening the timing on it an option? I'm not sure that it really is, because for most of those characters, I think it's frame perfect anyway, right? Like, you have to specifically catch the opponent in that tiny window of vulnerability in between their stand-up animation and their ability to block. And I don't know exactly how many frames it's currently open for, but if we make it tighter, maybe we just basically remove it anyway, in which case players will be upset. Um, But if we just make it tighter and it's still possible, then people will probably still be upset. But almost worse, we won't have eliminated the problem. We will have just restricted it to our most skilled players, which is not really a great outcome. That basically means all of the abuse is still there. It's just now there's another thing that's unequal, right? And so I feel like what probably needs to happen long term is it needs to be like you can do it once and then we like contextually tighten the timing until like a couple specials have gone by or something, or time has gone by, and then you can do it again. Whoops. No, why am I. Ugh. I did not mean to hit that button. That's literally just me like talking and my fingernail taps the fight button on my iPad. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to restart. It should just kick me out and give Serpent half health, but that's better than fully losing his ramp from a mistake. Was my most painful lesson at MCOC? Don't think I am going to share that one. No. It's not your fault, Jude. Okay, well, apparently it's been long enough since the last fight recovery, so I'm going to have to do this twice. 1 second. Okay, we're back in. Is Serpent just dead? No. Alright. Yeah, he still has 3 dread. Worth the potions. Huh. If you fail that dashback node once... Okay, no. There it is. It's back. That was interesting. Ah, we are doing significantly less because of the physical resistance. Maybe we should push him to special too. Does iBomb have block pen? It really feels like he does sometimes. Damn it, that's gonna hurt. I didn't mean to dash back, but there we go. And of course, that time the special concussions did nothing to it. Oh god, and we lost some of our traumas. That's just annoying. Whoops. Oh, that hurt. It's so damn hard. But we lost 27 traumas after all that work. With a debilitate. I was gonna be so angry. There we go. Yeah, I think one of the things I'm most proud about with Deathless She-Hulk is her SIG. I don't think it's too busted. I don't think it breaks class lines too much. It kind of inherently does because it hits different classes that she's not explicitly targeted at. But I don't think there was really a way around that. And yeah, I'm quite happy with it. Yes, I do. Are you... Do you want me to explain it, King? Because it's not a bug. How many champs have I worked on so far? I think it's 13 with Blue Marvel. Yeah, or it might be more now, because Thanos was my 10th. So then Jean, Nico, Paviter. Yeah, Blue Marvel's 14. Okay, so I don't know if you play D&D at all. Another game might make sense as well, but like the the way I often explain this is that you need to decide if you've landed a hit before the hit matters, right? Or put another way, like imagine like a shooter game and there's like a lava monster and a mud monster and you throw a fireball, right? If the fireball hits the lava monster, it's not going to do any damage. They're immune to it. If the fireball hits the mud monster, it's going to do damage. It doesn't make sense to check if the monster is immune to fire damage until you know that it's been hit with the fireball, right? And that's basically what's happening with the neutralize and buff immune, right? It doesn't make sense to check if a champion is immune to a buff until a buff has actually applied to them, which means it needs to have succeeded, right? Like, you can kind of also think about it in another way. Imagine that every 1 second there was a 1% chance for a character to gain a buff. And when they were immune to it, they regen. It would only make sense for that regen check to happen when the buff succeeded, when the chance succeeded. And it's the same thing. So we have to check for the ability accuracy roll before the immunity happens. And if the neutralize stops the buff before it even can succeed, then there is no buff to be immune to, right? And so that's why, like Rintra against Spider-Man 2099, the buff isn't happening, but it's not like we're trying to make life worse for Spider-Man 2099. It's just he doesn't know that a buff was prevented because he's only checking if it was prevented due to immunity. Whereas Rintra doesn't care about immunity and is only checking to see if a buff failed due to ability accuracy, or reduced ability accuracy, which it did. Does that make sense? And I'm sorry to hear that, Jude. You can still work towards some of their pieces. I do think Deathless She-Hulk is a good one to pick up. I totally get wishing it wasn't like that, but the reason I explain it that way is that I think it makes it clearer why we really don't have the option to change it. Like, it's just a fundamental way the game is played thing. I also think at this point, from a balance perspective, I'm kind of glad that it works that way. I wasn't necessarily when I first found out about it, even though I could understand it. But buff immunity has it pretty good, right? It's a very, very powerful ability that we were probably a little bit too free with for a while. And so I think it's probably good that there are some things that get in the way of them, including in their target class. Yeah, for sure, Jude. just so good. What do I think about Classic She-Hulk being a science with a 70% chance to purify? I think it's so underrated. You're right. It is very underrated. It is incredibly powerful. Have been a champion of it for a long time. It is also very bad for the class identity. And if we were designing her as a new champion and somebody proposed that, I would push pretty darn hard against it. I don't think she needs it. But yes, it's incredibly good. Whoops. I respect the love for Miguel. I think he's doing okay. Kill, kill. Ah. All right, that'll do. Did him dirty in the comics and slandered him in the movies. They did make him cool, though. Ouch. Okay, well, at least he can throw this. But what did I just say? Are you serious? This frickin' guy. Yeah, counterpunch just doesn't trigger when the opponent is unblockable. Because a block hasn't occurred. Buddy. You have special attacks. Use them. Pardon me. Whew. Caught up from pausing for a bit. Do I know the thought process behind High Evolutionary's designer making him buff immune only to opponents' buffs? I think just to make sure that, like, because the targets he had made it helpful for him to not be able to gain buffs. But the designer didn't want to do a dex replacement. We hadn't really started doing the disable dex thing. And the designer also wanted them to be resistant to buffs placed by the opponent. Because I think it was before Nico, but like Kushala and Voodoo already existed, right? And so the designer thought that all of those things made sense, but didn't want to grant global buff immunity. Because kind of like I said, very, very powerful ability that we've probably been a little bit too free with. Hey, Delfino. Could I explain why critical rating is the way it is? I still don't know what 1,000 crit rating means and why it isn't just percentage like pre 12.0. Ah, okay. That's there's a few things in there. Yeah, give me a second. So, first off, the reason that we're not using percentages anymore like pre 12.0 is because it was just too easy to get to 100%, right? And when I say it was too easy to get to 100%, I don't mean that in a like, we don't want, like, people are having too much fun, they're critting too often. What I mean is that, like, the design for the game just gets too difficult when there's no diminishing returns, right? Um, because when it works that way, where it's like, oh, my crit rating is 60%, and then I gain 5 different things that all raise my crit rating by 8%, and now I literally always crit. Even then, the game was getting complex enough where that was just too dangerous, right? There were too many interactions to keep in mind. Um, it was going to lead to things that had to be nerfed, or it was going to lead to really unfun designs with a lot of collateral damage, like the original fix, and I'm putting that in heavy air quotes, for the way that Scarlet Witch blew through Labyrinth of Legends, which was to just put Dold on everything, right? Which was not fun. So that's why it's no longer percentage based, right? Um, the diminishing returns system could have potentially stayed in percents, right? We could have made like, okay, this is your base critical rating and it's 60%. And then when you increase that 60% by 50%, that makes it go to 90%. And then when you increase that by a 50%, then it's like 50% of that. But you see how that still gets to 100% really quickly. There needs to be something that makes it harder and harder to get to 100%, right? And like, we're talking about crit rating, but this is true of other stats, right? It makes armor really dangerous because if somebody ever gets to 100% armor, they take no damage from hits. That's what 100% armor would mean. So the only real fix is to use a diminishing return system to make it harder and harder and harder to get to 100%. Or, sorry, I guess it's not really literally the only fix, or to cap attributes, which is something that some other games do, where it's like, all right, nothing can go above 90. But then you kind of have a variant on the same problem because pretty quickly is just everybody's going to get to 90 and there's not going to be much differentiation and your game's going to be kind of boring. Which is why I do legitimately think that for our game, with all the complexity we have, a diminishing returns system made the most sense. However, diminishing returns is a little bit harder to explain, and that is kind of the hit that we took. So, to try and explain this, like, when we build a champion, when I build somebody like Deathless She-Hulk, everything is coded in percents. Not literally everything, but almost everything. There are a few outliers, like there are synergies that give 1,000 crit rating, right? But for the most part, everything is coded in percents. Like she has, I don't know, let's say 30%, it's probably lower. It's like 24% base crit rating. And then if we give her a precision, we might display it as a raw number, but we probably coded it as like a 10% precision. And this answers your second question of why things still show up as percents. Because sometimes the most accurate way to describe them is with percents. And the reason that cunning is like that is because critical rating and critical damage actually follow two different diminishing returns curves. Because crit rating wants to slow down as it approaches 100. Critical damage wants to go over 100, but still slow down. So two different curves. Cunning, because it increases both, has to use percents because we cannot display those two different values coming from the same tuning percent. If that makes sense. If it doesn't, it might make more sense in a minute because I'm going to keep doing my explanation. So let's say that like She-Hulk's base critical rating is like 25%, and then she has a precision that was coded as 10%, and then like some other effect that was coded as a much bigger precision, giving her like 50%, right? So you have that 25, that 10, and that 50. We don't just add them together because of the old problem we talked about with like it being too easy to get to 100. So the way that we do the diminishing returns is that we take that 25 and we turn that into a flat value, which let's say it's like 1200. We take the 10%, we put that into a flat value as well. Let's say that's, I don't know, 500, 600, something. And then we take the 50% and we turn that into a flat value too. Except that one's bigger, so maybe it's like 3000. So now we have 1200, 600, 3000. We add them together, we get 4800. But instead of being the 85% that it would be if you just added the percents together, that 4800 is probably something more along the lines of like 45 or it has to be higher than the 50%. So it's probably like 60%, right? I am making these numbers up in my head for the record. So don't take them directly to the bank, but I'm trying to illustrate the concept that like these percents are turned into numbers which are then added together and then turned back into a percent, right? And they use the same curve because when the game takes that 25% and creates the number, it's creating the number that in a vacuum would give you a 25% chance to crit. And so then you take all of those flat values that have been adjusted from the percents, add them together, and now you say, okay, you run it back through the curve to an adjusted percent that is harder to get to 100. And I realize that that is difficult to describe. But the reason that we use those flat numbers, the reason that we go to that difficulty to describe it to you, is because we are still trying to be honest with you. Right? Like, we could have just continued to program everything in percents and just told you that there was diminishing returns, right? We could have said that things get less and less effective the closer they get to 100. And then we could have just shipped something that said 25, 10, and 50 and gone, yeah, it looks like it should add up to 85, but it's more like 65. We didn't do that because already at that point in the game, players liked having that extra info, and so the point was to give you the tools to figure it out if you really wanted to. It has some drawbacks because it makes things a little bit harder to talk about if you don't care about the precise amounts, and it does raise the barrier to entry in our game. So it's not perfect, but I've talked for long enough, and hopefully that's helpful. Okay, so Stalingrad has a question. Why in-game the stats show numbers compared to before? Because the UI is old and compared to a fixed value. There's no good reason for that, right? Those stats should be displayed relative to the challenge rating of the character that is generating those stats. That's just a mistake, bluntly. I'm going back to YouTube for a minute. So if you throw an unblockable special into an unstoppable opponent, not Killmonger in general, then if they just hold block the whole time, do they take damage as if they weren't? Yes. They are not reducing damage by their block proficiency because they're not blocking. But that is the default behavior of the AI when unstoppable and when struck to just block. At least during a special, because during a special, they know they can't hit you back, right? They don't know as in like a human way, but there is code there that says, oh, they're in the special animation, then don't try to hit them. What it tells them to do instead is to block, because eventually, if you're not unblockable, then they will be able to block that. I'm assuming the diminishing returns graph looks kind of like the inverse of a graph of you would be correct. Yeah, it's a good question, Delphino. I do have some videos on this on Math of MCOC, but yeah, sometimes it's worth hearing in person. I just want to see my real stat values without going to make. I know. I know. I'm with you there. We've talked about it. I do think there's a chance that UI gets improved in the not too distant future, but we've had a lot of things that have required UI support recently. You know, collectives, Ascension. We're keeping those people busy. Let me boost again because this void is going to be annoying. That's something that's easy to change. Am I wrong? You're a little bit wrong. Because like even if it's relatively easy to change, it might not even be a front end engineer thing. It might be a back end engineer thing. Because right now that system is set up to run some calculations relative to a static number, right? The calculations are always relative to 100. To change that requires you to put a variable in that spot where the 100 is and pull from the challenge rating of the characters before you do the math. And that is a relatively simple coding change, yes, but it is still a real coding change that requires someone to be assigned to do that instead of their other work. And we tend to prioritize like projects, not just individual tasks in that way, if that makes sense. All right, she got through it. I was shocked when you said Absorbing Man only had 10% crit rate. I was believing in that fat 24%. Yeah. I mean, the other problem is that masteries come into play, right? And masteries are not displayed in that UI, which is kind of another thing, right? Because this is, there's this kind of complicated relationship that is a bit of a spectrum between if you're gonna do something, do it right, and don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? Because if you're leaning more towards don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, then it feels like the logical answer is to assign a back-end engineer to swap out that 100 for the variable and call it a day, right? But on the other side, if you're gonna do something, if you're gonna spend dev time, if you're gonna spend engineering cap on fixing something, what if you did it right? And on that end, it probably makes sense to build out that display so that it's using your own challenge rating and it's also showing you your base value, your stat focus, and your masteries that are applying to that character, which requires even more of a change, right? Because now you have to have something that says, like, oh, are these masteries actually applying to this character, right? Are they the right class, whatever? And then marks all three of them clearly, right? You would have to have like one number for the base or one color for the base stat probably, and then it should say plus something else, and then that should be the masteries that are in a different color plus stat focus in another color, and then a total. That's probably the way that page should work to show all of those things, because then you're getting the real story. But now that's significantly more work because instead of just pulling from the character's challenge rating, which is built into their blueprint. It's right there. It does require back-end hookup, but it's already right there. Now you have to go check out their masteries. You have to make sure that you're looking at their currently active masteries and not their other pages of masteries that they could have active. You have to check the conditions on the masteries, which may not even be accessible from that point. So you might have to actually plug them in manually and rebuild how the mastery page is set up so that it actually says who they're going to apply to. You have to make sure that that system is correct enough that it won't break later, blah, 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 blah. Like, you see how the design starts to cascade. And this is also why some people just say, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, just do the simple thing. But in the long run, you also want it to be perfect. So it gets tricky. Okay, still charging. Hey, wait, I'm not really doing anything to prepare for collectives. I've already, for a long time, been trying to build out my roster for breadth and diversity because that's how I like to play. So I'm not really changing that. I'm just going to continue doing that. Game development is complicated. It's a fun job, but there's a lot going on. Oh, that's fine. I got greedy. Slightly less greedy that time. She's so much fun. Heck yeah. That was a good special too. Yeah, no, I appreciate it's a good question for sure. Like I'm not upset that you asked. That seems like an easy fix, no, because it's of course it does. Unless you're kind of steeped in it. Thanks. I really appreciate that. I try to be a good teacher. Okay, so your question. I have a rank 5 Scorpion on the display. He has a big 81.5% block proficiency. This doesn't count masteries with the cap relic. I'm always sure. It's not quite that high because it's inflated by the challenge rating, but Scorpion does have a very high block proficiency. I believe that you can accurately see on Aunt May. I know not everybody has access to Khonshu Zonk at the moment, but it's also accurate there. Um, yeah, like if I pull that up right now, let me double check. There he is. If I go to percents, Scorpion's block proficiency is 76.36%. So it is very high. Ouch. Truly nothing annoys me as much as snap lights. Oops. Right, just wait it out. You got time. There is an ice cream truck outside, and it is so annoying. I don't think y'all can hear it, but the music is tilting the heck out of me right now. Especially because it periodically stops to go, hello? Bro. Oh, that's done. Alright, we'll never refresh these, but if we never have to deal with his specials, and we can keep like 10 of them up, that's 100% worth. Whoops. Whoop. Oh, I forgot his goes through block. Mwep. Alright. That's unfortunate. I know I'm not the only one who forgets that sometimes, because I've seen that happen to people before. Oh. That's so rude. Didn't dash for that once. Alright, well, we had the cheese set up, and now we done goofed. So rather than keep reviving her, I am going to throw the others at him. Well, I think that's probably about what Mojo's got in him. Hey, Bubble, how's it going, man? Die, 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 die. Oh, you stupid crit resistant. Be gone. Alright. Figuring out what order to tackle all this content in? Yeah, it's totally up to you. I think release order is fine because you get Abyss as a breather. I basically went in difficulty order. Did the Abyss ones first. Now I'm done with Ordeal, and then I'll be looking at the Epic. Oh, okay, you already have done the first ones. Okay. So you do you more mean 9.4 and the last two? Alright, I don't know what the heck I want in here. Ooh, that's the answer. That's the answer. Freaking finally. Okay, I forgot that we put them in there. That's awesome. Maybe I'll never do these. No, I will do them eventually. Uh, okay. So now I just have those two left. That'll be big. That's 3 more Ascension pulls. That's pretty cool. If you want to do Battlegrounds, you have to do that ASAP. Yeah. Did I even get to the victory trap? No. No, I didn't. Okay. Well, I need to go make some videos, so I think I'm done for now, but thank you all for hanging out. For those of you on Twitch, let me find someone to raid. I'm sure there's someone good. Not gonna lie, I know none of these people. But I'm just gonna go for it. And hopefully these people aren't a jerk. Alright, I'm picking Dooley Ray. Which, it looks like Abdo knows them, so that's a good sign, because they're in their chat right now. Alright. Yeah, thank you all for hanging out. And thank you, everybody on YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and close that out soon, but you'll hear from me soon. Take care, everyone.